Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. When the first snowflakes began to fall that December afternoon in Concord, they descended with the peculiar silence that only winter knows how to weave. The flakes pressed themselves against the windows of the March cottage like curious spirits, each one carrying whispers of the season's first true storm. Inside, the house held its breath in that golden hour between day and evening, when lamplight began to compete with the failing sun, and shadows grew long enough to hold secrets. Jo March stood at the parlour window, her breath fogging the glass as she watched the transformation unfold in their small garden. Something about this snowfall felt different from the tentative dustings they'd had earlier in the season. Perhaps it was the way each flake seemed to pause mid-air before settling, as if considering where it might do the most good, or perhaps it was simply that Jo's restless spirit recognised a kindred force of nature, something wild and untamed pressing against the ordered world of household duties and proper young lady comportment. The scent of wood smoke from their chimney mingled with the crisp promise of winter that seemed to seep through the very walls, carrying with it that peculiar stillness that makes even the most energetic soul want to draw closer to hearth and home. The afternoon light, already weak with December's shortened days, began its gentle retreat across the floorboards of the cottage. This was the hour when Concord showed its true character, not the bustling energy of morning chores or the purposeful industry of midday, but something softer, more contemplative. It was a time when even the most practical New England households allowed themselves a moment of quiet reverie, when work-worn hands might pause over their tasks to appreciate the way firelight caught the grain of well-loved furniture, or how the settling of an old house sounded remarkably like a contented sigh. Jo pressed her nose against the cold window pane, her dark eyes following the dance of snowflakes as they swirled past the bare branches of the old apple tree. The tree stood sentinel in their small garden, its gnarled limbs now dusted white like the wise old storyteller it had become over countless seasons. In summer, those same branches had offered shade for Beth's quiet reading and Amy's sketching. But now they reached toward the grey sky with a different sort of beauty, stark and honest, unashamed of their winter nakedness. "The snow's coming down properly now," Jo murmured to herself, her breath creating another small cloud on the glass. There was something about the approach of a real snowstorm that stirred the writing portion of her soul, the part that was always searching for stories in the everyday moments that others might overlook. Snow had a way of transforming the familiar into something magical, of turning their modest cottage into a fortress against the winter wind, their family into characters in some grand adventure. Behind her, the house hummed with the comfortable sounds of a December afternoon winding toward evening. Marmy's voice drifted from the kitchen where she consulted with Hannah about tomorrow's provisions, her tone carrying that particular note of gentle management that had guided the March household through countless seasons of want and plenty. The women of 1860s Concord understood the art of making do, of stretching resources and imagination to cover the gaps that war and uncertainty had left in their lives. It was a skill passed down like recipes and lullabies, learned at kitchen tables and in parlour corners, where mothers taught daughters the alchemy of transforming love into tangible comfort. In the sitting room behind Jo, Meg moved with quiet efficiency, folding the day's laundry by the light of an oil lamp. At 19, she'd grown into the role of eldest sister with grace that sometimes made Jo both proud and slightly envious. Meg possessed a natural understanding of domestic harmony that Jo had to work to achieve. The ability to find satisfaction in tasks that made Jo's fingers itch for her pen. The lamplight caught the auburn highlights in Meg's hair as she smoothed wrinkles from father's shirts with hands that had learned gentleness and purpose in equal measure. Each piece of clothing told its own small story as Meg worked. The careful darns in Jo's stockings where her long stride had worn them thin, the delicate embroidery Amy had added to her own handkerchiefs, the soft flannel of Beth's nightgowns that spoke of quiet comfort over fashion. In a household where new clothes were celebrations rather than expectations, every garment was treated with the respect accorded to old friends. Meg's movements were methodical, but not hurried, creating a rhythm that seemed to match the falling snow, steady, purposeful, peaceful. The sound of piano keys, soft as whispered prayers, floated through the cottage as Beth concluded her afternoon practice. She had been working through a back invention, her small fingers finding their way through the intricate passages with the patience that marked everything she did. Beth approached music the way others might approach meditation, losing herself in the mathematical beauty of harmony and counterpoint, until the outside world faded to something distant and unimportant. Now, as the last notes hung in the air like delicate ornaments, she closed the piano lid with the reverent care of someone returning a treasure to its proper place. Beth had noticed, as she played, how the snow changed the acoustics of their parlour. Each snowflake that settled on the roof seemed to muffle the sharp edges of winter, creating a cocoon of sound that made even the most familiar melodies feel intimate and new. She had watched through the music room window as their garden underwent its transformation, the neat rows of Hannah's herb garden disappearing under a blanket of white, the old sundial becoming a small monument to winter's gentle conquest. There was something deeply satisfying about this seasonal shift, this yearly reminder that the world knew how to rest, how to wrap itself in quiet and wait for spring's eventual return. From the kitchen came the sounds and scents that marked Hannah's domain, the gentle bubble of something savoury on the stove, the scrape of a wooden spoon against a well-seasoned pot, the warm aroma of fresh bread that seemed to embrace the entire cottage in its promise of comfort. Hannah had been with the March family long enough to become less servant than extended family member, her presence woven into the fabric of their daily lives with threads of loyalty, practical wisdom, and the kind of love that expressed itself through perfectly timed meals and mysteriously mended household crises. She moved through her kitchen realm with the confidence of long familiarity, humming old songs her own mother had taught her, while her capable hands worked their daily magic. The melody that drifted through the house was something ancient and comforting, a tune that seemed to belong to winter evenings and the spaces between tasks when the heart might safely indulge in a moment of pure contentment. Her voice, though not trained like Beth's, carried the weight of experience and affection, turning simple household work into something approaching prayer. Amy had reluctantly abandoned her art supplies as the afternoon light grew too dim for proper sketching, but not before attempting to capture the way the firelight played across the falling snow outside her bedroom window. At 16, she possessed an artist's eye for beauty, and a young woman's impatience with the limitations that winter imposed on her outdoor sketching adventures. She had been working on a watercolour study of their garden in its autumn glory, but the snow called for different techniques, different colours, the subtle greys and whites that would require more skill than she sometimes felt she possessed. Her art box sat open on the small table by her window, brushes and paints arranged with the careful precision that marked all of Amy's endeavours. She understood, perhaps better than her sisters, how beauty could be both captured and created, how the right arrangement of colour and light could transform even the most humble subject into something worthy of attention. The falling snow presented a challenge that intrigued her. How does one paint movement? How does one capture the particular quality of light that exists only in the moments between day and evening, when the world seems to hold its breath in anticipation? As Amy tidied her supplies, she couldn't help but notice how the snowfall had transformed their familiar garden into something that belonged in one of the illustrated books she treasured. The old apple tree had become a figure from a fairy tale, its branches reaching toward the grey sky like the arms of some benevolent enchantment. The garden gate, usually a simple matter of practicality, now stood framed by swirling snow like the entrance to some winter kingdom, where ordinary young women might find themselves the heroines of their own adventures. The gradual drawing of curtains against the cold had begun throughout the cottage, each window being dressed for winter's arrival with the same care that marked all of the March family's preparations for seasonal change. This ritual of closing out the darkness had been refined over years of practice, a choreography of domestic comfort that required no discussion or direction. Marmee moved from room to room, her hands adjusting fabric and checking latches with the efficiency of long habit, while the growing warmth within made the contrast with the cold world outside all the more pronounced. The cottage itself seemed to settle into evening with a series of small sounds, the creak of floorboards adjusting to the day's cooling, the whisper of air moving through familiar spaces, the gentle tick of the mantel clock that had marked time for the March family through seasons of joy and sorrow alike. These were the sounds of home in its most essential sense, the audio signature of a place where love had taken root and flourished, despite the various storms, literal and metaphorical, that had tested its foundations. In the kitchen, Hannah's preparations for supper had reached that crucial stage where timing became everything. The bread had achieved the perfect golden brown that marked her decades of experience, while the pot of soup, made rich with vegetables from their own garden and seasoned with herbs she'd dried herself, sent waves of aromatic comfort through the house. Apple butter, made from their own orchard's abundance and sweetened with precious sugar saved for such occasions, waited in its earthenware crock like liquid autumn preserved against winter's lean months. The snow continued to fall with increasing purpose, each flake adding to the growing accumulation that transformed their modest, Concord cottage into something approaching a fortress of warmth and light. Through the windows, the familiar landmarks of their daily world, the path to the road, the neighbour's fence, the old oak that marked the boundary of their property began to soften and blur under winter's gentle erasure. It was the kind of snowfall that promised to continue through the night, the sort that would greet them in the morning with a world made new and strange, requiring the special kind of courage that comes with hot coffee and warm wool stockings. Jo finally stepped back from her vigil at the window as the last of the afternoon light surrendered to the soft grey of winter evening. The parlour behind her glowed with the warm light of oil lamps and the promise of the fire that would soon be kindled in the hearth. Her sisters moved through their familiar spaces with the easy grace of young women who had learned to find contentment within the boundaries of home and season, who understood that adventure sometimes came disguised as the simple pleasure of family gathered together against the winter wind. As if summoned by some shared understanding of the moment's significance, the family began to gravitate toward the kitchen where Hannah's supper waited. Marmee emerged from her consultation with household accounts, her face carrying that expression of quiet satisfaction that came with preparations well made. Meg set aside her folding with the deliberate care of someone who had learned to value completed tasks. Beth closed her music with a gentle firmness that spoke of duties fulfilled. Amy gathered her art supplies with the particular attention she gave to anything that might be damaged by carelessness. The kitchen welcomed them with warmth and the promise of shared comfort. Hannah ladled soup into bowls worn smooth by years of use, each one a small vessel of nourishment made precious by the hands that had prepared it and the love that had seasoned it. The bread, still warm from the oven, released steam that carried the scent of yeast and hope, while the apple butter waited to transform simple sustenance into something approaching celebration. "Listen to that wind beginning to pick up," Jo observed as they took their places around the familiar table. Through the kitchen windows they could see that the snow had begun to swirl with more determination, driven by gusts that rattled the shutters and made the lamplight flicker with each small assault on their cottage's defences. "I do believe we're in for a proper storm." Marmee smiled as she passed the bread, her eyes holding that particular warmth that came with the successful marshalling of household resources against winter's challenges. "Then how fortunate we are to be gathered together with warm food and a good fire waiting in the parlour," she said, her voice carrying the contentment of a woman who had learned to find wealth in the simplest blessings. As they shared their simple supper, the snow continued its patient accumulation outside their windows, and Jo felt the stirring of an idea that had been building since the first flakes began to fall. There was something about this evening, the way the storm gathered strength, the way the cottage seemed to draw them all closer together, the way the ordinary rhythms of their daily life had shifted to accommodate winter's grand entrance that called for something special, something that would mark the moment as worthy of memory. "What would you say," Joe began, as Hannah served the apple butter with the ceremonial care it deserved, "to spend this evening together in the parlour, instead of scattering to our usual separate occupations? The fire will want to end, and the storm promises to be something worth witnessing from the comfort of our own hearth." The suggestion hung in the air like the scent of Hannah's bread, warm and promising, waiting for the collective blessing that would transform an ordinary December evening into something approaching magic. Around the dancing flames that soon crackled to life in the parlour hearth, the March family arranged themselves with the easy familiarity of a ritual performed countless times, yet somehow made new by winter's fresh arrival. The fire, built up properly for an evening's companionship, cast its warm amber light across the room's beloved furnishings, each piece worn smooth by years of faithful service, polished not so much by Hannah's diligent care as by the accumulated affection of daily use. The piano stood in its corner like a patient friend waiting to offer its voice to the evening's conversation, while the tall bookshelves held their treasured volumes in neat rows that spoke of a family's commitment to learning despite the limitations of a modest purse. Hannah moved through the room with quiet efficiency, gathering the last remnants of supper before retreating to her kitchen kingdom, where the evening's final preparations awaited her attention. Her movements held the grace of someone who understood the delicate balance between service and family membership, who knew when to tend and when to withdraw, leaving the March women to weave their evening spell without interruption. The soft clink of dishes and the gentle sweep of her footsteps provided a comforting counterpoint to the fire's growing voice, the domestic symphony that marked the transition from day's obligations to evening's gentler pleasures. Marmee settled into her customary chair beside the hearth, the worn velvet arms shaped by countless evenings just like this one. Her sewing basket appeared at her elbow as if summoned by some household magic, filled with the endless mending that kept a family of 6 properly clothed through New England's demanding seasons. The firelight caught the silver threads that had begun to weave themselves through her brown hair, marking her as a woman who had learned to find beauty in duty and strength in gentleness. Her hands, capable and sure, began their familiar dance with needle and thread, while her eyes held that particular warmth that came with watching her daughters settle into their evening contentment. Beth claimed her place at the piano bench with the quiet determination that marked all her approaches to music. Her small fingers found the keys as naturally as birds find their perches, and soon soft melodies began to weave themselves through the room's atmosphere like visible threads of sound. She chose pieces that belonged to firelight, and winter evenings, gentle back minuets that spoke of mathematical beauty, simple folk songs that carried the weight of generations, and her own quiet improvisations that seemed to capture the very essence of home and hearth. Each note blended with the fire's crackling in a harmony that needed no conductor, no arrangement beyond Beth's intuitive understanding of how music could transform a room into something approaching sacred space. The melodies she chose seemed to emerge from the fire itself, as if the flames whispered suggestions that only she could hear. Her playing held none of the passionate intensity that marked professional performances, but rather the deep satisfaction of someone who understood that music's greatest magic lay not in impressing audiences, but in creating spaces where love could flourish without self-consciousness. The piano responded to her touch with the loyalty of an old friend, its voice warm and slightly imperfect in the way that made it particularly suited to family gatherings and intimate moments. Meg arranged herself on the sofa with her work basket close at hand, the lamplight falling across her needlework in golden pools that made even the humblest mending seem touched with significance. At 19, she had grown into the role of household manager, with a grace that sometimes surprised even herself, finding satisfaction in the small victories that kept their family comfortable despite father's absence, and the war's distant but persistent pressure on their resources. Her fingers moved with practiced efficiency through the familiar ritual of darning stockings, each stitch a small act of love disguised as practicality. Mary Kingsley asked me today if I thought her new bonnet was too elaborate for morning calls. Meg shared with the gentle tone she used for observations about her pupils and their families. Her work as a governess had given her insight into the social complexities of Concord's more prosperous households, where questions of propriety and fashion carried weight that sometimes amused and occasionally saddened her. I told her that true elegance lies in appropriateness rather than ornamentation, but I fear she heard only encouragement for further trimming. Her voice held the particular quality that came with spending days among other people's children, patient and warm but touched with the slight weariness that marked those who must constantly balance authority with affection. The firelight caught the auburn highlights in her hair as she bent over her work, transforming her into a figure from some Dutch master's painting of domestic virtue. Her movements possessed the economical grace of someone who had learned to find beauty in necessity, who understood that the careful tending of simple things could become its own form of art. Jo had claimed her usual spot on the hearthrug, her long limbs arranged with the casual comfort of someone who had never quite learned to sit like a proper young lady. Before her lay sheets of paper and a bottle of ink that bore the battle scars of many previous encounters with her enthusiastic penmanship. The firelight, while atmospheric and romantic, proved less than ideal for the practical demands of writing, but Jo's determination to capture the evening's inspiration outweighed such minor considerations as proper illumination. Her dark eyes held the particular intensity that came over her when stories began to stir in her imagination, when the ordinary world around her started to shimmer with narrative possibility. "Jo, dear," Marmee observed with gentle amusement, pausing in her needlework to watch her second daughter struggle with the inadequate light. "You know perfectly well that firelight and ink writing make poor companions. Perhaps this evening calls for planning rather than execution." Jo looked up from her papers with ink-stained fingers that bore witness to her ongoing battle with both penmanship and proper ladylike behaviour. "But, Marmee, the ideas come so clearly by firelight. There's something about the way the flames dance that makes stories seem more possible, more real somehow. Besides," she added with the grin that could charm forgiveness from the sternest critic, "what's a little ink between friends? My fingers have been stained so long I think the ink has become part of their natural colour." Her sprawling position on the rug, papers scattered around her like autumn leaves, created a portrait of creative chaos that both delighted and occasionally exasperated her more orderly family members. Yet there was something undeniably right about Jo in her natural habitat, surrounded by the tools of her chosen craft, her face illuminated by firelight and imagination in equal measure. She wrote the way other young women might dance or sing, with her entire being committed to the endeavour, unconscious of how she appeared to observers, lost in the pure joy of creation. Amy had positioned herself where the firelight would provide the best illumination for her sketching, her drawing book open across her knees and her small collection of pencils arranged with the precision that marked all her artistic endeavours. At 16, she possessed the kind of beauty that photographers of the era spent fortunes trying to capture. The perfect oval face, the golden hair that caught light like spun silk, the delicate features that seemed designed for admiration. But tonight, her attention focused entirely on the technical challenge before her. How to capture the play of light and shadow that danced across the familiar objects of their parlour as the fire shifted and settled in the grate. "It's maddening how the shadows keep changing just when I think I've caught them," Amy murmured, her pencil poised over the paper with the intensity of an artist wrestling with inspiration. Fire refuses to hold still long enough to be properly studied. It's rather like trying to sketch music or capture the scent of roses on paper. Her artistic eye saw possibilities in the most ordinary corners of their evening gathering. The way Marmee's profile caught the firelight as she bent over her sewing created a study in maternal grace that would have challenged more experienced artists. Beth's hands on the piano keys offered lessons in gesture and expression that no formal instruction could provide. Even Jo's chaotic sprawl on the rug presented compositional challenges that intrigued Amy's developing understanding of how informal arrangements could sometimes achieve greater truth than the most carefully posed subjects. The gentle teasing that marked the March family's evening conversations began to weave itself through their individual occupations like a familiar melody. "Amy, dear," Jo observed without looking up from her ink-spotted papers, "perhaps your artistic pretensions would be better served by acknowledging that some subjects resist capture. Fire, like inspiration, prefers to remain wild and untamed, despite our best efforts to cage it in pencil marks or ink scratches," says the young woman, whose fingers appear to have been dipped in an inkwell, Amy retorted with the particular mixture of affection and exasperation that marked their sisterly exchanges. "At least my artistic endeavours don't require Hannah to scrub stains from every surface I've touched. Besides, the challenge is precisely what makes it interesting. Any ordinary person can sketch a bowl of fruit or a vase of flowers. It takes real skill to capture something that moves and changes even as you're trying to draw it." Meg glanced up from her darning with the patient expression she had perfected during years of managing her younger sister's artistic temperaments. "Perhaps we might focus less on the relative merits of our various occupations and more on simply enjoying each other's company," she suggested with the gentle authority that made her a natural peacemaker. "And Jo, do try to sit up properly. Your posture would give Aunt March apoplexy if she could see you now." The mention of their formidable relative brought a shared moment of amused understanding. Aunt March represented everything their own family had chosen not to become rigid propriety, elevated above warmth, social position valued more than genuine affection, wealth accumulated at the expense of joy. Yet she remained family, tolerated and even occasionally appreciated for the very qualities that made her so thoroughly different from Marmie's approach to life and child-rearing. Beth's music provided the perfect accompaniment to their familiar banter, her melodies shifting subtly to match the mood of their conversation. When teasing grew sharp, her playing became more playful, incorporating little musical jokes that made everyone smile without quite understanding why. When the conversation turned gentle and reflective, her choice of pieces seemed to encourage deeper thought, longer pauses, the kind of comfortable silence that allowed each family member to settle more deeply into the evening's embrace. The fire settled into its evening rhythm, the logs adjusting themselves with occasional pops and whispers that punctuated the family's conversation like a comfortable old friend adding commentary to their gathering. The flames had reached that perfect stage of maturity, where they provided steady light and warmth, without requiring constant attention, allowing everyone to forget the mechanics of fire tending and focus entirely on the magic of shared time and space. Outside, the snow continued its patient accumulation, visible through the windows as a gentle curtain that seemed to separate their small circle of light and warmth from the larger world's concerns. The wind had picked up as Jo had predicted, rattling the shutters occasionally and making the lamplight flicker with each gust. But rather than creating anxiety, these sounds only emphasized the security and comfort of their indoor gathering. There was something deeply satisfying about being warm and safe, while winter demonstrated its power just beyond their walls. Memory began to stir in the room like another presence, summoned perhaps by the familiar arrangement of family members around the hearth, the particular quality of firelight that made even the most ordinary moments seem touched with significance. Each sister found herself remembering other winter evenings, other fires, other times when this same circle of faces had gathered to share the simple miracle of being together while the world outside grew cold and dark. "Do you remember?" Beth said softly, during a pause in her playing, her voice barely louder than the fire's whisper. "The winter when Father was first called away, and we thought we might not be able to keep the house warm enough. Marmie had us all sleep in the parlour for a week, and we told stories every night until we fell asleep by the dying embers." The memory hung in the air with the weight of shared experience, bringing with it the complex emotions that marked their family's journey through war and uncertainty. That particular winter had been one of their most difficult, when Father's absence was still new and frightening, when the reality of managing on reduced resources had not yet become the familiar challenge it was now. Yet even in the midst of hardship, they had discovered resources of resilience and imagination that had carried them through not only that winter, but many challenges since. "I wrote my first real story that week," Jo added, her voice soft with remembering. about a family of bears who lived in a cave and kept each other warm through the worst blizzard anyone could remember. I thought I was terribly clever, disguising us as bears so no one would know I was writing about our own family, and Amy drew pictures to go with it. Meg continued, her needle pausing in its work as the memory took shape more completely. Little sketches of bears gathered around their fire, looking remarkably like the March sisters, if bears could wear nightgowns and braid their fur. Amy blushed prettily in the firelight, partly from pleasure at the memory and partly from embarrassment at her younger self's artistic limitations. Those drawings were dreadful, she protested, but her voice held affection rather than true mortification. I hadn't learned anything about proportion or perspective. The bears looked more like oddly shaped puppies wearing dresses. They were perfect, Mommy said firmly, her voice carrying the authority that came with love rather than position. They captured exactly what needed capturing, the way a family can transform even the most difficult circumstances into something bearable, even beautiful, through the simple act of staying together and caring for one another. The fire crackled its agreement, and Beth's fingers found a melody that seemed to echo the contentment that settled over their small circle. The evening had reached that magical point where individual activities began to merge into something larger, where the boundaries between separate occupations dissolved in favour of shared presence. Jo's writing became less about her own story and more about capturing the essence of this moment, this particular arrangement of people and firelight and winter evening that would never come again in quite the same way. Marmee set down her needle and looked around at her daughters with the expression that came over her during their most precious family moments, a look that seemed to hold both gratitude for the present and faith in whatever future awaited them. "What would you say," she began, her voice carrying the gentle suggestion that had guided so many of their family's most meaningful traditions, "to each sharing something from our hearts this evening? Perhaps a letter we've been meaning to write, a story that's been waiting to be told, or a memory that deserves to be preserved and shared." The suggestion settled over them like another layer of warmth, promising to transform an already special evening into something that would join their collection of perfect family memories. Outside, the snow continued to fall with increasing determination, but inside their circle of firelight, time seemed to slow and deepen, creating space for the kind of sharing that could only happen when love had been given room to flourish without interruption or hurry. The idea took root in their hearts like seeds finding fertile ground, and soon the parlour had transformed itself into a writer's sanctuary bathed in golden light. Marmee moved about the room with practised efficiency, trimming lamp wicks until their flames burned steady and bright, then placing additional candles at strategic points where they could cast their gentle illumination over writing surfaces both improvised and traditional. The familiar ritual of preparing proper light for evening letter writing carried with it the weight of countless similar evenings when important thoughts had demanded the clarity that only well-tended flames could provide. The scratching of pens across paper began to weave itself through the room's atmosphere like another instrument joining Beth's ongoing musical accompaniment. Each pen possessed its own particular voice, Jo's assertive scratches punctuated by occasional blots, where enthusiasm exceeded caution. Meg's careful strokes that spoke of penmanship lessons conscientiously applied. Amy's deliberate marks formed with the precision she brought to all her creative endeavours, and Beth's gentle touches that seemed to whisper rather than declare their presence on the page. Together these sounds created a peaceful soundscape that seemed to complement rather than compete with the storm that was building its strength outside their protective walls. Beyond the windows, winter had begun to show its true character. The wind, which had started the evening as gentle suggestion, now spoke with increasing authority, rattling the shutters with fingers that seemed determined to find entry to their warm sanctuary. Snow tapped against the glass with the insistence of an uninvited guest, each crystalline impact creating tiny percussion notes that made the lamplight flicker and dance across their pages. Rather than disturbing their concentration, these sounds of storm and season seemed to wrap around their small circle of light and purpose, making their gathering feel even more precious and protected against the wild world beyond their threshold. Jo claimed the small writing desk that usually served for household correspondence, her long limbs folding themselves around its modest dimensions, with the determination of someone who had learned to make any surface serve her creative needs. Her letter, addressed to her publisher in Boston, began with the characteristic enthusiasm that marked all her professional communications, though her handwriting bore witness to the ongoing battle between inspiration and penmanship that had plagued her since childhood. Dear Mr. Dashwood, she began, her pen moving with the rapid strokes of someone whose thoughts outpaced her ability to capture them on paper. I write to you on an evening that feels touched with the very essence of story, when winter has wrapped our small corner of Concord in the kind of atmospheric embrace that seems designed to inspire tales of family warmth and seasonal magic. The storm outside our windows speaks of adventure and challenge, while the fire within reminds us of the eternal human need for shelter, both physical and emotional, that might serve as the foundation for a compelling narrative. Her letter continued in this vein, describing the story idea that had been taking shape throughout their evening gathering, a tale of sisters who discover that their deepest adventures come not from seeking distant excitement, but from learning to find magic in their own hearth and home. She wrote of characters who would remind readers that heroism sometimes wears the disguise of daily kindness, that quests might be pursued in parlours as readily as in foreign lands, that the most profound transformations often occur not through dramatic external events, but through the quiet accumulation of shared moments and mutual understanding. The ink blots that periodically appeared on her pages served as small monuments to her passion for the work, evidence of a writer who cared more about capturing ideas than maintaining pristine presentation. Each blot told its own small story, the moment when excitement overcame caution, when the perfect phrase demanded immediate capture regardless of the pen's readiness to cooperate, when inspiration struck with such force that practical considerations simply fell away in favour of creative urgency. Meg had arranged herself at the small round table that usually held Marmy's sewing basket, her writing materials spread before her with the orderly precision that marked all her undertakings. Her letter, addressed to her former classmate Sarah, now Mrs. Edmund Hartwell of Boston, began with the warm but properly formatted salutation that her finishing school education had trained her to employ in all social correspondence. "My dear Sarah," Meg wrote in her careful, evenly spaced script, "your last letter brought such pleasure to our household that I find myself compelled to respond immediately, despite the growing storm that makes our cottage feel quite like something from a fairy tale tonight. I hope this finds you and Edmund enjoying good health, and the particular contentments that mark the early months of marriage, when everything feels both wonderfully new and comfortably settled at the same time." Her letter went on to share news of Concord life, with the gentle observation skills that made her such an effective governess. She wrote of her pupils' progress, describing little Mary Kingsley's growing confidence in her French pronunciation and the way young Samuel Morton had finally mastered the art of sitting still for an entire arithmetic lesson. She shared observations about her sister's development over the past year, Jo's growing success with her writing, Amy's advancing skill with watercolours, Beth's expanding musical repertoire, and their mother's quiet strength in managing their household through another challenging winter. Between these factual reports, Meg wove the kind of emotional honesty that marked correspondence between true friends. She wrote about the occasional loneliness that came with being the eldest sister, the weight of responsibility that sometimes felt heavier than she cared to acknowledge, and the deep satisfaction that came from contributing to their family's welfare through her teaching work. Her words carried the particular quality of reflection that comes with putting thoughts onto paper, the way that writing can sometimes reveal truths that remain hidden in the busy flow of daily conversation. Beth had claimed a spot on the window seat, where she could pause occasionally in her writing to watch the snow's increasing dance beyond the glass. Her letter, written on paper saved from previous correspondence and smoothed carefully for reuse, addressed itself to Mrs. Hennessy, the elderly woman who had entrusted her beloved cats to the March family's care when her own circumstances had changed beyond her ability to provide for them properly. "Dear Mrs. Hennessy," Beth began, her handwriting small and neat, transformed with the same careful attention she brought to her music. Though I know this letter will never find its way to your hands, I feel compelled to share with you the joy that Snowball and Mittens have brought to our household since you entrusted them to our care. I hope that somewhere in whatever peaceful place kind souls find themselves, you might know that your beloved companions continue to bring the same warmth and comfort to others that they surely brought to you during your years together. Her letter continued with detailed accounts of the cats' daily activities, their favourite sleeping spots, their individual personalities and preferences, and the way they had woven themselves into the fabric of the March family life. She wrote about Snowball's habit of sleeping on Beth's music books, as if absorbing melodies through osmosis, and Mitten's uncanny ability to appear whenever anyone in the household felt particularly sad or lonely. These small observations, recorded with loving precision, created a portrait of animal companionship that spoke to Beth's particular gift for recognizing the profound significance of seemingly simple relationships. The letter served a dual purpose, Beth knew. It allowed her to process her own gratitude for the cat's presence while also creating a record of their well-being that felt like a form of prayer or meditation. Though Mrs. Hennessy would never read these words, the act of writing them seemed to create a bridge across whatever distance separated them, a way of honouring the love that had originally brought Snowball and Mittens into existence, and the trust that had eventually brought them to the March household. Amy had positioned herself where the candlelight fell most favourably across her paper, her writing materials arranged with the same attention to aesthetic detail that she brought to all her creative endeavours. Her letter, addressed to Miss Carleton at the Concord Academy of Fine Arts, represented her most formal correspondence of the evening, written with careful attention to both content and presentation. "Dear Miss Carleton," Amy began, her penmanship displaying the careful formation of letters that had occupied so much of her educational attention. "I write to seek your guidance regarding several technical challenges I've encountered in my recent artistic studies, particularly those involving the capture of firelight and its effects on familiar objects within domestic settings." Her letter went on to describe the evening's sketching attempts with the analytical precision that marked Amy's approach to artistic improvement. She wrote about the difficulty of capturing movement in static media, the challenge of representing the constantly shifting play of light and shadow, and her growing appreciation for the complexity that lay beneath apparently simple subjects. Her words demonstrated not only her artistic ambition, but also her developing understanding that true skill required both technical knowledge and the patience to pursue perfection through persistent practice. Between descriptions of specific techniques she hoped to master, Amy wove observations about the way art had begun to change her perception of the world around her. She wrote about discovering beauty in arrangements she had previously taken for granted, about learning to see familiar objects with fresh eyes, when light fell across them in particular ways, about the growing awareness that artistic vision involved not just reproducing what was visible, but understanding what made certain arrangements particularly meaningful or moving. As their letters took shape, the sisters began to share excerpts and observations, their individual writing projects weaving together into a collaborative evening activity. "Oh, listen to this," Jo exclaimed, pausing in her energetic scribbling to read aloud from her letter to Mr. Dashwood. "I've written that winter evenings possess a particular magic that transforms ordinary domestic activities into something approaching ritual, when the simple act of sharing warmth and light becomes a form of communion that transcends the boundaries of individual experience. Do you think that's too elaborate, or does it capture what I mean about tonight feeling special?" "It sounds very much like you," Meg replied with fond amusement, glancing up from her own careful composition, which is to say both overwrought and somehow exactly right at the same time. "Though you might consider whether Mr. Dashwood will appreciate quite so much philosophical reflection in what I assume he expects to be a straightforward story proposal. Philosophy and story are the same thing," Jo declared with the conviction that marked her strongest artistic beliefs. "The best stories are always asking the deepest questions about how we should live and what makes life meaningful. If Mr. Dashwood can't appreciate that, then perhaps I need a publisher with more imagination." Amy looked up from her letter with a slight frown creasing her brow. Meg, how do you spell chiaroscuro? I'm trying to describe the way candlelight creates those dramatic contrasts between light and shadow, but I want to use the proper artistic term. Chiaroscro, Meg spelled carefully, then added with gentle sisterly teasing, though I'm not certain Miss Carlton will be impressed by your use of Italian art terms if you can't spell them correctly. Perhaps light and shadow would serve just as well, and with less risk of embarrassment. But chiaroscuro means something more specific than just light and shadow, Amy protested with the earnestness that marked her approach to artistic education. It refers to the dramatic interplay between them, the way certain masters like Rembrandt use strong contrasts to create emotional effects that ordinary lighting couldn't achieve. Using the precise term shows that I understand the technical concepts, not just the general appearance. Beth paused in her writing to ask quietly, "Do you think Mrs. Hennessy would have enjoyed evenings like this? I remember her telling me about the winter nights when she and her cats would sit by her fire, and she would read aloud while they kept her company. I hope she knows they're still enjoying that same sort of peaceful contentment." The question brought a moment of gentle reflection to their small circle, each sister considering the ways that love and care could persist beyond physical presence, how the gifts we give to others, whether cats or kindness or simply attention, might continue to create warmth long after we ourselves have passed from the immediate scene. It was the sort of observation that Beth specialised in, the ability to find profound connection in simple circumstances, to recognise the threads that bound all experiences of comfort and companionship into something larger than any individual moment. Marmee looked up from her own letter, a brief note to father describing their evening and the particular quality of peace that had settled over their household, and smiled at her youngest daughter with the particular tenderness that Beth's gentle wisdom always evoked. "I think Mrs. Hennessy would have loved knowing that her cats inspired such beautiful reflection," she said softly, "and I believe she would be deeply pleased to know that Snowball and Mittens continue to bring the same comfort to others that they brought to her during their years together." The storm outside seemed to intensify in response to their growing contentment within, as if winter itself were determined to emphasize the contrast between their warm circle of light and purpose and the wild world beyond their walls. Wind rattled the windows with increasing force, while snow began to tap against the glass with a rhythm that seemed almost musical, a percussion accompaniment to their evening's gentle symphony of pen scratches and soft conversation. "Listen to that wind," Jo observed, pausing in her letter to cock her head toward the sound of the storm. "It sounds like something from one of those Gothic novels Amy pretends not to read, but somehow always knows the plots of. All we need is a mysterious stranger appearing at our door to complete the atmospheric requirements for a properly dramatic evening." "I do not pretend not to read them," Amy protested with dignity, somewhat undermined by the blush that crept across her cheeks in the candlelight. "I simply acknowledge that they represent a less elevated form of literature than the classics we study in school. That doesn't mean they can't be enjoyable in their own way, particularly on stormy evenings when one desires entertainment rather than moral instruction." As if summoned by their conversation about the storm's dramatic potential, a particularly strong gust of wind chose that moment to rattle every window in the cottage simultaneously, making the candle flames dance and sending shadows leaping across their pages like living things. The sound was followed by what seemed like an entire tree's worth of snow, sliding from their roof and landing with a soft thump outside their window, creating exactly the sort of mysterious noise that might herald the arrival of that Gothic stranger Jo had mentioned. But instead of supernatural visitors, the sound simply reminded them of their blessed isolation from the storm's efforts, the way their small cottage continued to provide sanctuary, while winter demonstrated its power just beyond their threshold. The contrast made their gathering feel even more precious, their shared warmth and purpose a small but significant victory against the season's challenges. Amy, who had been organising her completed letter with characteristic attention to proper folding and addressing, suddenly paused as she reached for a book to serve as a writing surface for her envelope. "What's this?" she murmured, extracting a folded paper that had apparently been tucked between the pages of Pilgrim's Progress. The paper bore their father's familiar handwriting across its exterior, with words that made them all freeze in sudden anticipation. For my dear girls, to be opened on a snowy evening when you're all together. The letter lay in Amy's hands like a small miracle, its presence both completely unexpected and somehow perfectly timed for this particular evening's magic. How long had it been hidden there, waiting for exactly this moment, this combination of snow and togetherness, and the particular quality of family contentment that their evening had achieved? The discovery felt like the final piece of some puzzle they hadn't realised they were solving, the perfect conclusion to an evening that had already felt touched with unusual significance. Beth breathed, her own letter forgotten as she gazed at their father's familiar script. He must have left it before his last departure, knowing we would find it when we needed it most. The letter lay in Amy's trembling hands like a sacred text, its familiar handwriting transforming their cosy parlour into something approaching a cathedral. The fire seemed to burn more quietly, as if understanding the solemnity of the moment, while even the storm outside appeared to pause in recognition of the treasure that had been discovered. Marmee set aside her own correspondence and moved to where her daughters had instinctively gathered closer together, their individual letter-writing forgotten in the face of this unexpected gift from the heart of their family. "Shall I?" Marmee asked softly, her voice carrying the particular tenderness that marked their most precious family moments. Her fingers, so steady with needle and thread, trembled slightly as she accepted the letter from Amy's hands. The paper felt warm, as if it had absorbed something essential from its long hiding place among the pages of Bunyan's great allegory, as if the very words about Christian's journey toward the celestial city had somehow blessed this more intimate pilgrimage toward understanding and connection. The wax seal that held the letter closed bore the simple impression of their father's signet ring, the same mark that had graced important documents and love letters throughout their parents' marriage. As Marmee carefully broke the seal, the small sound seemed to echo through the room with unusual significance, marking the transition from anticipation to revelation, from wondering to knowing what love looked like when captured in ink and preserved against time's erosion. "My dearest daughters," Marmee read, her voice settling into the rhythm that had carried so many bedtime stories and important conversations through the years. "If you are reading this letter, then winter has provided you with one of those perfect evenings when home feels most like itself, when snow falls softly beyond your windows while firelight transforms familiar faces into something approaching angelic, when the simple act of being together becomes a form of prayer more eloquent than any word spoken in churches." The opening lines established the tone that would carry throughout the letter. Father's distinctive voice, warm with affection, and touched with the gentle humour that made even his most serious observations feel like conversations rather than lectures. He had always possessed the gift of speaking to his family as if they were his dearest friends, treating their intelligence with respect, while acknowledging the deep bonds of love that made honest communication possible, even about difficult or emotional subjects. I write this knowing that months may pass before you discover these words, understanding that the letter may find you in circumstances I cannot predict or anticipate. Yet I trust in the rhythm of seasons and the constancy of family love to bring this small gift to you at precisely the moment when it might do the most good, when my physical absence feels heaviest, and my spiritual presence might provide the comfort that distance and duty have prevented me from offering in person. As Marmee continued reading, the sisters found themselves drawing closer together on the sofa and hearthrug, their bodies unconsciously arranging themselves into the familiar constellation that marked their most important family gatherings. Beth's hand found Meg's, while Jo leaned against Amy's shoulder with uncharacteristic gentleness, and Amy allowed the contact without her usual protests about wrinkled dresses or proper posture. The letter was weaving them together in ways that went beyond its actual words, creating a shared experience that would become another treasured memory in their collection of perfect family moments. To my Jo, whose passionate heart burns as brightly as the fire that illuminates these words, Father's letter continued, and Jo felt tears spring to her eyes before she could prevent them. Your gift for storytelling grows stronger with each letter you send to me, each tale more skillfully crafted than the last. But remember, my dear girl, that the greatest stories are built not from grand gestures but from careful attention to the small truths that make characters feel real to those who encounter them. Patience with your craft will serve you better than impatience with your progress, and the discipline to revise and improve will ultimately matter more than the inspiration that creates first drafts. Jo wiped her eyes with the back of her ink-stained hand, leaving small smudges that somehow seemed appropriate to the moment. Father's words contained exactly the encouragement she needed to hear, balanced with the gentle guidance that helped her understand writing as a craft requiring development, rather than merely a talent demanding expression. His faith in her abilities felt like solid ground beneath her sometimes shaky confidence, while his practical advice reminded her that even the most natural gifts required cultivation and patience to reach their full flowering. To my Meg, whose growing wisdom and gentle strength make her the true foundation upon which our family's daily happiness rests, the letter continued, and Meg felt her cheeks warm with a mixture of pride and responsibility. You have grown from a sweet child into a young woman whose maturity shines not in dramatic moments, but in the countless small acts of love and care that keep our household running smoothly, even in my absence. Your ability to balance authority with affection, duty with joy, marks you as someone who understands that true leadership comes from service rather than command. Meg's tears fell silently onto her folded hands as Father's recognition of her contribution settled into her heart. So often she felt caught between childhood and adulthood, uncertain whether she was truly helping or simply playing at being grown up. His words confirmed that her efforts mattered, that the daily tasks she performed with increasing skill actually contributed something essential to their family's well-being. The validation felt like a gift she hadn't known she needed until it arrived. To my Beth, whose quiet presence brings more peace to our home than any amount of noise or activity could achieve, Father wrote, and Beth's shy smile seemed to illuminate her entire face. Your music creates spaces where our hearts can rest, where the day's anxieties dissolve in harmonies that speak more eloquently than words of comfort and hope. Never doubt that gentleness is its own form of strength, that the ability to create beauty and tranquility represents a power that the world desperately needs but rarely recognizes until it is absent. Beth pressed her hand to her heart as if trying to hold Father's words there permanently. She had always worried that her quiet nature made her less valuable to the family than her more dramatic and accomplished sisters, but Father's letter revealed that he saw her contributions not as less significant but as differently essential. His recognition of music's power to heal and comfort validated not only her chosen occupation, but her entire approach to life, the belief that small acts of beauty could have profound effects on those who experienced them, and to my Amy, whose artistic eye sees beauty where others see only the ordinary, whose determination to improve and grow marks her as someone who will achieve great things through the marriage of talent and effort. The letter concluded its individual addresses. Remember as you develop your skills that true artistry lies not in impressing others with technical facility, but in learning to see the world with such clarity and compassion that your work helps others see it more clearly as well. External beauty fades, but the beauty that comes from a generous heart and an observant spirit only grows stronger with time. Amy felt her artistic ambitions expand and deepen as Father's words settled into her understanding. His vision of art as service rather than self-expression challenged her to think beyond her own desires for recognition and success, to consider how her developing skills might contribute to something larger than personal achievement. The idea that true beauty came from character, rather than appearance, felt both challenging and liberating, offering her a standard of excellence that would remain meaningful long after youth and fashion had passed away. The letter's conclusion addressed them collectively, weaving their individual gifts into a vision of family harmony that made each sister understand her essential role in their shared life. Together, you four represent different aspects of the human spirit: passion and gentleness, wisdom and beauty. all bound together by the love that makes our small cottage feel larger than palaces and richer than treasure houses. When storms rage outside your windows, remember that you carry within yourselves everything necessary to create warmth, light, and joy sufficient to weather any difficulty that life might send your way. As Marmie's voice carried the final words of Father's letter into the candlelit silence of their parlour, the storm outside seemed to intensify, as if winter itself were emphasising the contrast between the wild world beyond their walls and the profound sense of shelter and connection that filled their small circle. The wind howled with renewed force, rattling windows and making the flames dance. But rather than creating anxiety, these sounds only deepened their appreciation for the warmth and love that surrounded them. The letter had transformed their evening from pleasant family time into something sacred, a reminder of the invisible bonds that held them together across distance and time. Father's words had not only expressed his individual love for each daughter, but had also helped them understand themselves as part of something larger, a family whose combined strength could meet whatever challenges life might present, whose shared love created a form of wealth that no external circumstances could diminish. He always knew exactly what we needed to hear, Jo said softly, her voice still thick with tears, but also with the particular contentment that comes from feeling truly understood. Even from so far away, even months before this evening happened, he knew. That's what love does, Mommy replied, carefully folding the letter and holding it against her heart. It learns to see ahead, to prepare gifts for future moments of need, to leave treasures hidden where they will be found at exactly the right time. Your father has always possessed that gift, the ability to anticipate what would bring comfort or encouragement before we ourselves knew we would need it. The mention of Father's special gifts opened a floodgate of memory that seemed to have been waiting for exactly this invitation. Each sister found herself remembering particular moments when Father's love had taken forms that went beyond ordinary parental affection, times when his understanding and care had created experiences that still glowed in memory's treasure house. "Do you remember?" Meg began, her voice soft with the particular quality that marked their most cherished family stories. "The winter when I was 8 and came down with that terrible fever. Father sat beside my bed for 3 days straight, telling me the most wonderful stories about a princess who lived in a castle made entirely of ice, but who was never cold because her heart was so warm that it heated every room she entered." The memory seemed to shimmer in the candlelight as Meg continued, her words painting pictures of Father's patient vigil, his inexhaustible imagination creating tales specifically designed to comfort a sick child who feared the cold and darkness that seemed to press against her bedroom windows. He never ran out of stories, never seemed tired of sitting there, never made me feel like I was being a burden by needing so much attention. Each tale was different, but they all ended the same way, with the Ice Princess discovering that love was the most powerful magic of all, strong enough to melt any winter that threatened those she cared about. Jo's contribution followed naturally, her own treasured memory rising to meet Meg's like harmony joining melody. "I think my favourite memory is from when I first decided I wanted to be a writer, and I was so discouraged because everything I tried to write seemed clumsy and childish compared to the books I loved. Father found me crying over a story that I'd crumpled up and thrown away, and instead of telling me it was good when it wasn't, he sat down and helped me understand why it didn't work and how I might make it better." Her voice grew stronger as the memory took fuller shape, bringing back not only the specifics of that long-ago afternoon, but also the feeling of being taken seriously as an aspiring artist, rather than dismissed as a child playing at grown-up activities. He showed me how real writers think about their work, how they consider their readers, how they choose words for specific effects, how they build stories like carpenters build houses, with attention to structure and foundation as well as decoration. That was the day I understood that writing was a craft that could be learned, not just a talent that you either possessed or lacked. Amy's memory carried a different quality, touched with the artistic sensitivity that marked her particular way of seeing the world. "Father taught me to really look at things," she said quietly. her eyes focused on some internal vision that seemed to glow with its own light. I was perhaps 10, and frustrated because my drawings never looked the way I wanted them to. He took me outside one morning when the light was particularly beautiful, and instead of giving me instructions about technique, he just pointed to different things and asked me what I actually saw. Not what I thought I should see, but what was really there. Her voice carried the wonder that had marked that transformative morning, when Father's patient questions had helped her discover that observation was itself a skill, requiring development and practice. He showed me how the same tree looked completely different depending on the time of day, the quality of light, even the mood I brought to looking at it. That was when I realised that being an artist meant learning to see truly, not just learning to draw what others expected to find in pictures. Beth's memory, when it finally emerged from her characteristic shyness about claiming attention, proved to be perhaps the most moving of all. Her voice barely rose above a whisper, but in the intimate atmosphere their evening had created, every word carried clearly to her listeners' hearts. Father taught me that music could say things that words couldn't reach, she began, her hands moving unconsciously as if she were playing invisible piano keys. I was very small, maybe 6, and I had been trying to tell him about something that had frightened me during the day, but I couldn't find the right words to explain how scared I had felt. Instead of pushing me to talk about it, he lifted me onto the piano bench beside him and showed me how different keys could express different emotions. Her memory painted a picture of Father's infinite patience, his understanding that some communications required languages beyond ordinary speech. He played sad notes that sounded like my frightened feeling, then gradually moved to happier sounds that made me feel safe again. Then he taught me to play the same progression myself, and suddenly I had a way to share my feelings even when words weren't enough. That was the beginning of my real relationship with music, understanding it as a way of speaking heart to heart when ordinary conversation couldn't bridge the distance. Marmee listened to her daughter's memories with a particular expression that came over her during their most precious family moments, a look that seemed to hold both gratitude for the present and joy in the continuity that connected past happiness to current contentment. When the sisters had finished sharing their individual treasures, she added her own memories to their collection, stories that revealed Father not only as parent but as the young man who had won her heart through qualities that still characterized his approach to family love. "Your father courted me with stories," she said, her voice carrying the warmth that marked her happiest memories. "Other young men brought flowers or poems copied from books, but your father brought tales that he had written specifically for me. Adventures featuring a heroine who happened to share my interests and dreams, comedies that made me laugh until my sides ached, mysteries that kept me wondering until the very last line. Each story was a gift that showed he had been paying attention, not just to how I looked, but to who I was inside." Her memories of their early courtship revealed a pattern of attention and care that had continued throughout their marriage, the same qualities that now shaped Father's relationships with his daughters. He would arrive for our evening walks with a new chapter of whatever story he was telling, and we would stroll through conquered streets while he shared tales that seemed to transform our ordinary town into the setting for grand adventures. Other couples discussed the weather or social gossip, but we lived in worlds of imagination that made every ordinary evening feel touched with magic. The sharing of memories seemed to weave them all more tightly together, creating bonds that went beyond their immediate family circle to include Father despite his physical absence. Each story revealed not only individual relationships with him, but also the consistent character traits that made him such an effective parent and partner. His patience, his creativity, his ability to meet each person at their own level of need and understanding, his gift for making ordinary moments feel significant through the quality of attention he brought to them. Outside, the storm reached its full fury, with wind that seemed determined to test every joint and corner of their cottage, snow that fell so thickly it rendered the world beyond their windows invisible, cold that made their fire feel even more precious and necessary. But inside their circle of lamplight and shared love, the weather's dramatics only served to emphasize the completeness of their contentment. the way that their small parlour had become a universe sufficient unto itself. "Listen to that wind," Jo observed, her voice holding wonder rather than concern. "It sounds like all the storms in all the stories ever written, but here we sit, warm and safe and surrounded by more love than any characters in any book ever possessed." Beth moved to the piano and began playing softly, her fingers finding melodies that seemed to capture the evening's particular blend of storm and shelter, memory and presence, individual love and family harmony. The music wove itself through their contentment, like another voice joining their conversation, expressing what words alone could never quite capture about the magic that could transform ordinary time into something approaching the sacred. As the evening deepened around them, and the storm continued its wild dance beyond their windows, the March women found their hearts fuller than they had been when the evening began, their bonds stronger, their understanding of themselves and each other deepened by the unexpected gift of Father's letter and the memories it had inspired. They sat wrapped not only in winter clothing and firelight, but in the invisible warmth of love shared, preserved, and continually renewed through the simple but profound act of being together when the world outside grew cold and dark. The letter-writing materials were cleared away with the same ceremonial care that had marked their placement. Each pen returned to its proper holder, each sheet of paper folded or filed according to its purpose and destination. The small ritual of tidying their writing space created a natural transition from the evening's correspondence activities to whatever literary pleasures might follow, while the storm outside continued its wild performance beyond their frost-etched windows. The fire had settled into that perfect stage of evening companionship, no longer the eager flames of early burning, but the deep glowing coals that spoke of warmth, sustained rather than dramatic display, requiring only occasional tending to maintain their steady radiance through the long winter night ahead. The lamp flames had found their rhythm as well, burning with the golden steadiness that marked properly trimmed wicks and adequate oil, casting circles of warm light that transformed their familiar parlour into something approaching an intimate theatre. Each pool of illumination seemed designed to highlight a different corner of their evening's activities. Marmie's chair bathed in gentle radiance, the piano bench where Beth's music lived, the hearth rug where Jo preferred to arrange her writing chaos, the small table where Amy could spread her artistic materials with proper attention to both aesthetics and function. "Shall we turn to our books?" Marmie suggested, her voice carrying the particular quality of satisfaction that came with one pleasant activity naturally leading to another. The evening seems designed for sharing favourite passages, and Father's letter has put me in mind of all the times he read to us during winter evenings just like this one. The suggestion awakened immediate enthusiasm, each sister already considering which beloved volume might contribute most effectively to their evening's literary feast. Their small library, assembled over years of careful selection and occasional splurges when household resources allowed for such luxuries, contained treasures that had been read and reread, until certain passages had achieved the status of family scripture, lines that could be quoted to provide comfort during difficult moments, scenes that had become touchstones for their understanding of courage, love, and moral beauty. Meg rose first to examine their bookshelves, her teacher's eye automatically assessing which selections might provide both entertainment and the subtle moral instruction that marked the best family reading. Her fingers traced along familiar spines until they settled on their well-worn copy of David Copperfield, its binding softened by countless readings, but its pages still crisp enough to provide clear text for evening recitation. "I thought I might read from Dickens," Meg announced, settling back into her chair with the book cradled in her lap like a familiar friend. The Christmas dinner scene, where David describes the warmth and fellowship that can transform even the humblest meal into something magical. It seems appropriate for an evening when our own simple pleasures have felt touched with unusual significance. Her choice reflected both her literary preferences and her particular gift for bringing characters to life through careful attention to voice and pacing. Years of reading aloud to her pupils had refined Meg's natural abilities, until she could inhabit different personalities with subtle shifts of tone and rhythm, making each character feel distinct and real without resorting to exaggerated theatrical effects that might disturb the evening's gentle atmosphere. As Meg began to read, her voice took on the warm cadences that had made her such an effective teacher, each sentence flowing into the next with the smooth inevitability of a well-conducted symphony. She became young David Copperfield sharing his memories of childhood Christmases, then transformed into the kindly Peggotty describing her preparations for holiday celebration, then shifted again to capture the boisterous good humour of the various guests who filled that fictional parlour with laughter and fellowship. It was a great pudding, Meg read, her voice rich with the satisfaction that Dickens had built into his description of simple pleasures elevated by love and gratitude and a greater success. Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witnesses, to take it up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough? Suppose it should break when it turns out? Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it, while they were merry with the goose, a supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. The familiar words seemed to warm their parlour even beyond what the fire could achieve, bringing with them the particular comfort that comes from revisiting beloved passages that have become part of a family's shared vocabulary. Dickens's ability to find profound meaning in domestic scenes, to recognise the sacred nature of ordinary families gathered around simple meals, spoke directly to their own evening's experience of discovering magic in familiar circumstances. Jo listened to Meg's reading with the particular attention that one writer pays to another's craft, admiring Dickens' ability to create atmosphere and emotion through careful selection of detail and rhythm. But as the passage concluded and appreciative murmurs filled their small circle, Jo felt the familiar flutter of nervousness that accompanied any opportunity to share her own writing with the family, whose opinions mattered most in the world. "I have something I might read as well," Jo announced, her voice carrying both excitement and trepidation. "A chapter from the novel I've been working on. The story about the four sisters who discover that their greatest adventures come from learning to understand themselves and each other, rather than seeking excitement in distant places." She retrieved her manuscript from the small writing desk where it lived between working sessions, the pages covered with crossed-out lines, marginal notes, and the occasional ink blot that marked moments of particular inspiration. The physical appearance of her work embarrassed her slightly. It looked so rough and unfinished compared to the polished elegance of published books, but she had learned that family audiences cared more about content than presentation, more about honesty than perfection. "This chapter is about an evening very much like this one," Jo explained as she arranged the pages in her lap, "when the fictional sisters realise that the warmth and love they share constitute a treasure more valuable than any material wealth they might acquire through marriage or career success." Her voice grew stronger as she began to read, the familiar words flowing with the particular rhythm she had developed through countless revisions and private readings. Jo's prose style reflected her personality, energetic and occasionally overwrought, but touched with genuine emotion and a sharp eye for the details that made characters feel real rather than merely symbolic. Her fictional sisters bore unmistakable resemblances to her own family, though translated into circumstances that allowed for more dramatic external adventures while preserving the essential dynamics of love, loyalty and mutual support that defined the March household. As Jo read her chapter describing a winter evening by the fire, the metafictional aspects of the moment created an interesting echo effect. Real sisters listening to a story about fictional sisters whose experiences mirrored their own. Yet rather than feeling artificial or self-conscious, the parallels seemed to deepen their appreciation for both the evening they were living and the story Jo was crafting from similar materials. The storm outside seemed determined to test their small cottage's defences, Jo read, her voice growing more confident as she settled into her narrator's role. But inside, the four young women felt wrapped in a security that no external weather could disturb. They had discovered the secret that many people spend lifetimes seeking, that happiness comes not from acquiring what we lack, but from recognising the abundance we already possess. When Jo concluded her reading, the silence that followed held the particular quality that marked moments when listeners were still processing what they had heard, when appreciation needed time to settle into understanding. Finally, Beth broke the quiet with her characteristic gentle honesty. "It's beautiful, Joe," she said softly, her voice carrying the sincerity that made her opinions particularly valued despite their quiet delivery. "You've captured something true about how it feels to be part of a family that really cares for each other. How ordinary evenings can become extraordinary when experienced with people who understand and appreciate who you are." Amy nodded her agreement, though her artistic eye had noticed technical aspects that might benefit from revision. "The descriptions are lovely, and the emotions feel genuine," she added, with a tactful honesty that marked constructive criticism. "Though you might consider whether some of the philosophical passages could be shortened without losing their meaning. Sometimes the most powerful truths work better when stated simply rather than elaborated extensively." Meg's teacher-trained observations focused on different aspects of Joe's work. "Your dialogue sounds natural, the way real people actually talk, rather than the way characters speak in some novels," she offered. "And I particularly appreciated the way you showed the sisters' different personalities through their reactions to the same events, rather than simply describing their traits directly." Joe accepted their feedback with the gratitude that marked someone genuinely interested in improving her craft, rather than simply receiving praise. Family criticism carried special weight because it came from readers who knew her well enough to recognise when her writing succeeded in capturing real emotions and relationships, while caring enough about her success to offer honest, rather than merely flattering responses. Beth's contribution to their literary evening required more encouragement than the others, her natural shyness making public recitation challenging, despite her comfort with musical performance. But when she finally gathered courage to share a poem she had memorised from their collection of verse, her soft voice proved perfectly suited to the simple beauty of the words she had chosen. "It's just a small poem about winter," she explained apologetically before beginning, "but it says something I've been feeling all evening about how the cold season makes us appreciate warmth and togetherness in ways we might take for granted during easier times of year." Her recitation barely rose above a whisper, yet in the intimate atmosphere their evening had created, every word carried clearly to her listeners' hearts. The poem she had selected spoke of snow as nature's way of encouraging humans to draw closer together, of winter storms as reminders that our strongest shelter comes not from buildings but from the love we share with those who truly know and care for us. Beth's delivery held none of the dramatic flair that might have marked a more theatrical performance, but her genuine feeling for the words transformed simple verses into something approaching prayer. Her voice carried the particular quality that came with deep personal connection to the material, the sound of someone sharing not just memorized text, but heartfelt belief in the truth those words expressed. Amy's dramatic reading from Shakespeare provided a delightful contrast to Beth's gentle recitation, her theatrical gestures and carefully modulated voice, creating a performance that was both genuinely impressive and slightly amusing in its earnest ambition. She'd chosen Portia's speech from The Merchant of Venice about the quality of mercy, a passage that allowed her to display both her memorization skills and her understanding of the moral complexities that made Shakespeare's work timeless. "The quality of mercy is not strained," Amy began, her voice taking on the formal cadences she associated with serious dramatic performance. "It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes." Her gestures, while perhaps more elaborate than necessary for their intimate family audience, showed genuine study of theatrical technique and a sincere appreciation for the beauty of Shakespeare's language. Amy approached the speech with the same serious attention she brought to her artistic studies, understanding that great literature, like great art, required not just natural talent but careful attention to technique and presentation. The sight of 16-year-old Amy delivering Portia's mature reflections on justice and forgiveness with such earnest dignity created a charming blend of youthful ambition and genuine artistic instinct that made her family smile with affection rather than amusement. Her dramatic aspirations deserved respect, even when her execution exceeded her experience, particularly when her choices revealed thoughtful engagement with literature's most profound themes. Marmie's contribution to their evening of readings carried the particular authority that came with years of experience finding comfort and guidance in well-chosen words. She selected a psalm that spoke to gratitude and family unity, her voice carrying the wisdom of someone who had learned to find strength in faith during both joyful and difficult times. "Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity," Marmie read, her voice warm with the conviction that came from lived experience of the truth those ancient words expressed. "It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments." Her reading transformed their parlour into something approaching a chapel, the familiar words taking on fresh meaning when spoken in the context of their evening's discoveries about the power of family love to create sanctuary and meaning. The psalm's imagery of oil running down like a blessing seemed particularly appropriate for a night when their individual gifts had combined to create something greater than the sum of their separate contributions. As Marmie concluded her reading, Hannah appeared in the doorway carrying a tray laden with steaming cups of chocolate and plates of ginger cookies still warm from the oven. Her timing, as always, proved perfect, arriving at exactly the moment when refreshment would enhance rather than interrupt their evening's flow, when the comfort of warm food and drink would complement rather than compete with the nourishment they had been finding in shared literature. "I thought you might be ready for a little something to warm you from the inside," Hannah announced with the comfortable authority that marked her position as family member rather than mere employee. The storm shows no signs of letting up, and chocolate seemed like the proper remedy for a winter evening that's keeping everyone indoors. She distributed the cups with efficient care, each one filled to exactly the right level, and accompanied by a small spoon for stirring. The chocolate carried the rich scent of vanilla and cinnamon that marked Hannah's special recipe, while the cookies offered the perfect combination of spicy sweetness and comforting texture that made them ideal companions for literary evenings and intimate family gatherings. "Might I stay to hear one more selection?" Hannah asked, settling herself on the edge of a chair with the practiced ease of someone who had learned to balance service with family membership. "The kitchen is tidy for the evening, and I do love hearing young voices bringing good words to life." Her presence added another dimension to their literary circle, representing the broader community of people who found meaning and comfort in shared stories and carefully chosen readings. Hannah's appreciation for their evening's activities confirmed that the magic they had been creating extended beyond their immediate family to include everyone who chose to participate in the kind of intimate cultural exchange that transformed ordinary time into something approaching the sacred. As the readings wound down and the chocolate warmed them from within while the fire continued its steady work of heating their small parlour, Amy looked around at her family with the particular expression that came over her during their most treasured evenings together. "Could we play our old game?" she asked, her voice carrying both hope and slight shyness about suggesting something that might be considered childish by more sophisticated standards. "The one where we share our wishes and dreams, not the practical ones about what we want to achieve, but the deeper ones about who we hope to become and what we want our lives to mean." The suggestion hung in the air like another gift waiting to be unwrapped, promising to carry their evening toward even greater intimacy and understanding than they had already achieved through letters, memories, and shared literature. The suggestion settled over their small circle like another layer of warmth, promising to carry their already magical evening toward depths of intimacy and understanding that could only be achieved when hearts had been properly prepared by hours of shared comfort and gentle trust-building. Amy's request had touched something essential in each of them, the desire to be known completely by those who mattered most, to share not just the surface pleasures of family time but the deeper currents of hope and fear that shaped their individual journeys toward becoming the women they each dreamed of becoming. The fire had reached that perfect stage of evening companionship where it no longer demanded attention, but simply provided steady warmth and the kind of gentle, hypnotic light that seemed designed to encourage the sharing of secrets. The flames had settled into a rhythm as comfortable and reliable as breathing, creating an atmosphere that felt separate from ordinary time, suspended in a golden bubble where inhibitions could melt away like snow touching warm earth. Outside, the storm continued its patient work of transformation, snow falling steadily against their windows with a persistence that promised to leave their familiar world completely changed by morning. The sound created a sense of being wrapped in winter's own embrace, protected not just by their cottage's walls, but by the season's determination to create spaces where families could draw closer together, where the enforced intimacy of shared shelter might bloom into the chosen intimacy of truly knowing and being known by one another. Hannah had retreated to her kitchen after finishing her chocolate and expressing quiet appreciation for their literary evening, leaving the March women to explore whatever emotional territories might await their exploration. Her absence felt right rather than exclusion, creating the particular quality of privacy that marked their most important family conversations, moments when even the most beloved household members instinctively understood that some discussions required the complete security that came with knowing no outside ears could overhear confessions or witness vulnerabilities. Jo, whose natural honesty made her both the most likely to begin such conversations and the most nervous about their potential consequences, fidgeted with her empty chocolate cup while gathering courage to speak first. The firelight caught the earnest expression that always marked her face when she was wrestling with important thoughts, the particular look that came over her when external considerations fell away in favour of internal truth-telling. "I'll begin, since the idea frightens me most," Jo announced with the characteristic blend of courage and apprehension that marked her approach to challenges both literary and personal. "I've been thinking lately about ambition, about whether wanting things for myself makes me selfish, whether dreaming of recognition and success means I care less about family than I should." Her voice carried the weight of genuine moral struggle, the kind of internal conflict that could only arise in someone whose conscience was actively engaged with questions of right and wrong, whose natural desires bumped up against equally natural concerns about duty and selflessness. The firelight seemed to deepen the shadows on her face as she continued, making her look older, more thoughtful than her usual energetic self. "Sometimes I lie awake at night imagining my stories published and praised, picturing myself as a real author whose work matters to people I've never met," Jo confessed, her hands twisting together in her lap. "But then I wonder if those dreams make me less grateful for what I already have, less present for the people who love me now, less worthy of the family that has always supported my writing, even when it meant ink stains on tablecloths and neglected household duties." The admission hung in the air between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed, offering her family the opportunity to understand struggles they might never have guessed existed beneath Jo's confident exterior. Her fear of selfishness revealed not actual selfishness, but rather the kind of moral sensitivity that ensured her ambitions would always be balanced by consideration for others, her dreams tempered by love for those who had made those dreams possible in the first place. "But Jo," Beth said softly, her voice carrying the particular authority that came with genuine insight rather than mere opinion, "don't you see that wanting to write something meaningful is itself a form of love? You dream of creating stories that will help people understand themselves and each other better, that will bring comfort during difficult times, that will make the world a little brighter and more hopeful. How could such dreams be selfish?" Meg nodded her agreement, her teacher's instincts recognizing the educational value of Jo's moral questioning, even as her sister's heart responded to the vulnerability that made such questioning possible. "Besides, your success would reflect well on all of us, would show the world what our family can produce when love and support are given room to flourish. Your dreams don't separate you from us. They carry part of us with them wherever they might lead." Amy's artistic sensibilities understood Jo's struggle from a slightly different angle, recognizing the universal challenge that faced anyone whose creative ambitions required balancing personal fulfillment with social responsibility. "I think the fact that you worry about selfishness proves you're not actually selfish," she observed, with the wisdom that sometimes emerged from her 16-year-old reflections. "Truly selfish, people don't spend time questioning whether their desires might harm others." Marmee listened to this exchange with the expression that came over her during their most important family conversations, complete attention combined with the patience that allowed each speaker to find her own words rather than rushing to provide immediate comfort or correction. Her years of guiding her daughters through various moral and emotional territories had taught her when to speak and when to simply witness, when to offer guidance and when to trust that they could find their own answers through the process of honest sharing. "The greatest gift you could give us, Joe," Marmee finally said, her voice warm with the conviction that came from deep understanding of her daughter's character, "would be to pursue your dreams with the same integrity you bring to questioning them. The world needs stories written by people who care as much as you do about the difference between right and wrong, who understand that real success must include consideration for others' welfare alongside personal achievement." Joe's eyes filled with tears of relief and gratitude as her family's responses settled into her understanding. Their perspectives helped her recognize that her moral concerns, rather than indicating problems with her ambitions, actually suggested that those ambitions were properly grounded in values that would ensure their eventual pursuit would honor rather than damage the relationships that mattered most to her. Meg's turn to share brought different but equally profound vulnerabilities to their circle of firelight and trust. Her confession emerged slowly, each word carefully chosen as if she were testing the safety of revealing desires she had barely admitted to herself, dreams that felt both completely natural and somehow disloyal to the family role she had grown into with such apparent contentment. "Dream of having my own home," Meg admitted quietly, her voice barely louder than the fire's gentle crackling. "Not because I'm unhappy here, not because I don't love you all desperately, but because I want to create the kind of warmth and security for my own family that Marmee and Father have created for us. I want to be someone's wife, someone's mother, to build something lasting and beautiful with a partner who chooses me above all others." Her words carried the particular poignancy that marked desires that felt both completely reasonable and impossibly complex in their potential implications. The dream of marriage and motherhood represented the most natural progression imaginable for a young woman of her era and inclinations, yet pursuing that dream would necessarily mean changes that might alter the family dynamics that had provided security and purpose throughout her formative years. "But I worry about leaving you all behind," Meg continued, her voice growing stronger as the relief of honest confession overcame her initial nervousness. "About whether wanting my own family means I value this family less, whether dreaming of independence represents ingratitude for the dependence that has been so comfortable and nurturing. I worry about Amy and Beth growing up without my help, about Jo managing her writing career without someone to remind her about practical considerations, about Marmee carrying all the household responsibilities alone." Her concerns revealed both the depth of her love for her current family and the complexity of growing up in circumstances where individual development and family loyalty seemed to pull in different directions. The modern world would eventually offer more options for women seeking to balance personal fulfillment with family devotion, but for Meg, living in an era when marriage typically meant choosing between birth family and chosen family, such concerns carried particular weight. Amy reached across the space between them to take Meg's hand, her gesture offering comfort that words alone could not provide. "But Meg, don't you see that everything we've learned from you about caring for others will go with you into your own home?" she said earnestly. "You won't be leaving us behind. You'll be taking the best parts of what we've shared together and using them to create new happiness for new people who will be lucky enough to receive the kind of love you've always given us." Beth's contribution to supporting Meg's dreams came wrapped in her characteristic gentleness, but carried the force of someone who understood intuitively how love could expand rather than divide when properly nurtured. "Besides, having your own family won't mean not being part of this family anymore," she added softly. "It will just mean our family circle gets larger, including more people who love you and whom we can love too. Children grow up and create new families, but they don't stop being daughters and sisters in the process." Jo's response reflected her writer's understanding of how individual stories could contribute to, rather than compete with, family narratives. "And think of the letters you'll write to us about your domestic adventures," she added with a grin that mixed affection with gentle teasing. "Think of the visits we'll have, the holidays we'll share, the way your children will grow up knowing they have the world's best aunts and grandmother ready to spoil them appropriately." Beth's turn to share brought to their circle the kind of vulnerability that seemed almost too delicate to survive exposure to words, fears, and wishes so tender that speaking them aloud felt like risking their dissolution in the mere act of acknowledgement. Her natural reticence made such sharing particularly difficult, yet the evening's accumulated trust and the fire's hypnotic encouragement seemed to create space where even the most fragile confessions could find safe harbour. "I'm afraid of growing up," Beth whispered, her voice so soft that her family had to lean forward to catch her words. "Not because I don't want to mature or develop, but because I'm afraid that changing will mean losing what we have right now, that becoming different people will make it impossible to share the kind of perfect evening we're having tonight." Her confession touched the heart of a fear that each of them had felt, but none had been brave enough to voice. The concern that time's passage would inevitably erode the bonds that currently felt so strong and essential, that the natural process of individual development would somehow damage the family unity that provided their most reliable source of happiness and security. "I love who we are together right now," Beth continued, her words emerging with the careful precision of someone trying to capture something almost too precious for language. "I love the way we can sit around the fire, sharing our deepest thoughts without worry or self-consciousness, the way we understand each other without explanation, the way we can be completely ourselves without fear of judgment or rejection. I wish we could stay like this forever, always together, always safe, always sure of each other's love." Her wish expressed something that resonated deeply in each of her listeners' hearts. The desire to preserve perfect moments against time's erosion, to protect precious relationships from the changes that seemed inevitable, as individual growth and external circumstances combined to reshape familiar patterns. Yet even as they felt the truth of Beth's longing, they also understood its impossibility, and perhaps its ultimate limitation. Marmie's response to Beth's confession carried the particular wisdom that came from having successfully navigated similar fears during her own youth, from having learned through experience that love could survive and even strengthen through the challenges that initially seemed to threaten it most seriously. "Oh, my dear Beth," Marmie said gently, her voice warm with understanding and hope in equal measure, "what you're afraid of losing, the love, the understanding, the security of being completely accepted, those things don't disappear when we grow and change. They just find new expressions, new ways of showing themselves that match who we're becoming, rather than who we used to be." Her words offered comfort without dismissing the legitimacy of Beth's fears, acknowledging both the reality of change and the persistence of the bonds that could survive and adapt to whatever transformations might lie ahead. "The perfect evenings won't stop happening because we grow up," Marmie continued. "They'll just happen in different settings, perhaps with additional people, who will become precious to us in new ways, carrying forward the same spirit of love and understanding that makes tonight so magical." Amy's confession, when her turn arrived, revealed the complex relationship between artistic ambition and personal insecurity that marked her particular stage of development, where natural talent bumped up against awareness of how much she still needed to learn, where dreams of achievement competed with fears of inadequacy. "I dream of studying art in Europe," Amy announced, her voice carrying both excitement and apprehension in equal measure, "of seeing the great masterpieces in person, of learning from teachers who understand techniques I can barely imagine. I picture myself in Rome or Paris, developing skills that could make my work truly meaningful rather than merely pretty." Her artistic ambitions represented the most concrete and potentially achievable dreams shared that evening, yet they also carried their own particular challenges and complications. European study would require resources the March family could barely afford, would mean separation from the support system that had nurtured her development so far, would demand a level of independence and self-reliance that she had not yet been required to develop. "But I'm terrified that I don't have enough real talent to justify such dreams," Amy continued, her words emerging with the painful honesty that marked genuine self-examination. "What if I'm just another young woman with modest abilities and grand illusions? What if European teachers would laugh at my amateur efforts? What if I lack the dedication and discipline required to develop whatever gifts I might possess into something actually worthy of attention and respect? Her fears reflected not only personal insecurity, but also awareness of the particular challenges that faced young women seeking artistic careers in an era when such ambitions were often dismissed as impractical vanity, rather than legitimate professional aspirations. The combination of gender limitations and financial constraints made her dreams feel both more precious and more fragile than they might have seemed under different circumstances. Jo's response to Amy's confession reflected both sisterly loyalty and writer's understanding of how creative ambitions could feel simultaneously essential and impossible. "But Amy, you already create beautiful things," she said earnestly. "Your sketches capture details the rest of us don't even notice. Your watercolours show us familiar scenes in new ways. Talent isn't just about matching established masters. It's about seeing the world through your own eyes and helping others see it that way too." Meg's practical nature led her to focus on the achievable steps that might lead toward Amy's larger goals, rather than dwelling on the obstacles that made those goals seem overwhelming. "Besides, you don't have to accomplish everything at once," she pointed out gently. "You can continue developing your skills here while looking for opportunities to expand your education gradually. Dreams don't have to be achieved immediately to be worth pursuing." Beth's contribution to supporting Amy's artistic ambitions reflected her characteristic ability to recognize connections between different forms of creative expression. "Art is like music in some ways," she observed quietly. "It requires technical skill, but it also requires the courage to express what you really feel and think. You already have that courage. I see it in everything you create. The way you're never content to just copy what others have done, but always trying to add your own vision to whatever you're working on." As their individual confessions settled into the accumulated warmth of shared understanding and mutual support, Marmee offered the kind of wisdom that could only come from someone who had successfully navigated the balance between individual development and family loyalty, who had learned through experience how love could accommodate growth without losing its essential character. "Each of you has dreams that honour both your individual gifts and the values we've tried to cultivate as a family," she said, her voice carrying the authority that came from deep observation and careful thought. Jo's writing aspirations reflect the same moral sensitivity that makes her such a loving sister. Meg's domestic dreams grow from the nurturing instincts that have blessed our household. Beth's wish to preserve our closeness shows the same gentle wisdom that brings peace to everything she touches, and Amy's artistic ambitions demonstrate the same attention to beauty that makes our home lovely despite its modest circumstances. Her observation helped them recognize that their individual dreams, rather than threatening their family bonds, actually represented extensions of the qualities that had been nurtured and celebrated within their family circle. The apparent conflict between personal fulfillment and family loyalty dissolves when viewed through the lens of understanding that healthy families produce individuals whose growth enhances rather than diminishes their capacity for love and service. "The promises you should make to each other," Marmee continued, "are not to sacrifice your dreams for family loyalty, but to pursue your dreams in ways that honour the love that has made those dreams possible, to remember that your individual success reflects well on all of us, and to always make room in your expanding lives for the relationships that have given you strength and support along the way." The informal pledges that emerged from this guidance felt both solemn and joyful, expressing commitment to mutual support without demanding individual sacrifice, promising loyalty without requiring stagnation. Each sister spoke her own version of the same essential vow: to encourage rather than compete, to celebrate rather than envy, to maintain connection despite whatever distances or differences might develop, to always reserve time and emotional space for the family gatherings that had proven so essential to their understanding of themselves and each other. Beth's voice, barely audible, but carrying the weight of her deepest longing, added the final element to their evening of confessions. "I wish Father could be here with us tonight, could know how much his letter meant to us, could see how we're supporting each other's dreams just the way he taught us to do." Her words brought Father's presence into their circle more completely than any physical attendance could have achieved. reminding them that love could indeed transcend physical separation when properly nurtured and consciously maintained. The conversation that followed explored how family bonds could endure across distance and time, how shared values and accumulated memories created connections that required no physical proximity to remain strong and meaningful. As they talked about father's continued influence on their lives despite his absence, about the ways that love could bridge any gap that circumstances might create between people who truly understood and cared for each other, the fire began its gradual transition toward the evening's end. The flames settled into the deep glow that marked the approach of bedtime, while outside, the storm that had provided such dramatic accompaniment to their evening's emotional journey began to quiet, leaving behind a world transformed by snow and a family transformed by the kind of honest sharing that deepened bonds while honouring individual dignity. The silence that eventually settled over their small circle carried the weight of complete contentment, the satisfaction that came with an evening that had exceeded even their highest expectations for family intimacy and mutual understanding. They sat wrapped not only in winter clothing and firelight, but in the invisible warmth of love shared, preserved, and continually renewed through the simple but profound act of choosing to know and be known by those who mattered most in the world. As the embers settled into their final glow, casting ruby shadows across the familiar furniture that had witnessed their evening's journey from simple family gathering to profound communion of hearts, none of the March women seemed willing to acknowledge that their magical night was drawing toward its natural close. The fire had reached that stage of gentle dying that marked the approach of bedtime in households governed by the rhythms of candle and coal, yet something about the quality of intimacy they had achieved made the ordinary transition from evening to night feel like a betrayal of the sacred space they had created together. The snow had stopped its persistent dance against their windows sometime during their sharing of dreams and confessions, though none of them could say precisely when winter had decided its work of transformation was complete. Now the world beyond, their frost-traced panes lay hushed and clean, wrapped in white silence that seemed to mirror the profound peace that had settled over their small parlour. The storm's departure left behind not emptiness but fullness, a landscape remade by winter's patient artistry, just as their evening had remade their understanding of what family love could accomplish when given proper time and attention to flourish. The gradual transition toward bedtime began with the kind of reluctant efficiency that marked endings no one really wanted to face. Marmee rose first to bank the fire properly for the night, her movements carrying the practiced grace of someone who had performed this ritual countless times, yet understood that tonight's version held special significance. The coals settled with small whispers and occasional sparks as she arranged them for safe overnight burning, each adjustment creating new patterns of light and shadow that seemed designed to prolong their evening's atmospheric magic. Books were gathered with unusual slowness, pages marked and covers closed with the deliberate care of people trying to extend time through attention to detail. Papers were collected and sorted not with morning efficiency, but with evening reverence, each document handled as if it might contain some fragment of the night's particular enchantment that could be preserved through gentle treatment. Meg's sewing found its way back into her work basket with movements that seemed choreographed for their own beauty, rather than mere practical necessity, her hands lingering over familiar tools as if bidding them temporary farewell. Yet these preparations felt more like ritual than chore, each small task infused with the awareness that they were not simply ending an evening, but concluding something that had achieved the rare status of perfection. The reluctance that slowed their movements spoke not of laziness, but of wisdom, the recognition that such complete harmony of circumstance, mood, and family availability might not align again for months or years, making every additional moment precious enough to deserve full appreciation. Beth moved to the piano with the particular grace that marked her approach to all musical endeavours, understanding without words that their evening required a proper musical benediction before it could release them to ordinary sleep and dreams. Her fingers found the keys as naturally as breath finds lungs, settling into a melody that seemed to emerge from the fire itself, as if the dying flames had whispered their own song of contentment and gratitude into her receptive musician's heart. The music she played held no dramatic flourishes or technical displays, nothing that might jar against the gentle intimacy they had cultivated throughout their shared hours. Instead, her improvised melody seemed to gather all the evening's accumulated emotions: the surprise of father's letter, the vulnerability of shared confessions, the comfort of mutual support, the sweet melancholy that accompanied perfect moments aware of their own transience, and transformed them into sounds that expressed what words alone could never capture. Each note seemed to carry its own small blessing, weaving together the individual threads of their evening's experience into a harmony that represented not just Beth's musical gift, but the larger symphony their family had learned to create through years of practice in the art of loving each other well. The melody rose and fell like gentle breathing, creating spaces of silence that felt as meaningful as the sounds themselves, pauses that allowed each listener to add her own internal harmonies to the music's generous framework. As Beth played, her family found themselves drawn into that particular state of peaceful attention that music could create when it matched perfectly the emotional needs of its audience. Amy closed her eyes and let the sounds wash over her like warm water, feeling the evening's accumulated stress and excitement settle into something approaching serenity. Meg's hands stilled in their gentle tidying as she listened, with the complete focus she usually reserved for her most challenging pupils. Jo felt words stirring in her mind, not urgent demands for immediate capture, but gentle possibilities that might someday become stories worthy of this night's inspiration. Marmee listened with the expression that came over her during their most precious family moments, her face reflecting not just maternal pride in Beth's musical abilities, but deep appreciation for the way her youngest daughter had learned to use her gifts in service of family harmony rather than personal display. The music created a bridge between the evening they were reluctantly releasing and the ordinary days that would follow, offering assurance that the love they had shared tonight could be summoned again whenever life required reminders of what really mattered most. When Beth's melody finally settled into silence, the quiet that followed held none of the awkwardness that sometimes marked the end of performances. Instead, the stillness felt complete, satisfied, like the peace that comes after saying exactly what needed to be said in precisely the right words. The fire's gentle crackling provided the only soundtrack for their shared contemplation, each woman allowing herself a private moment to absorb what the evening had given them and to make internal promises about how they might carry its gifts forward into their individual tomorrows. Amy was the first to break the musical spell, but she did so with characteristic attention to beauty and meaning rather than mere restless energy. Rising from her seat with the fluid grace that marked her approach to all aesthetic endeavours, she retrieved her sketching materials with movements that suggested artistic purpose rather than simple tidying. Her family watched with fond curiosity as she arranged herself where the dying firelight would provide the best illumination for what appeared to be some final creative project inspired by their evening's magic. "I want to capture this," Amy explained softly, her pencil already moving across fresh paper with the confident strokes that marked her growing artistic maturity. "Not for anyone else to see necessarily, but for us to remember, the way we look right now, the way the firelight catches Meg's hair and makes Beth's profile seem carved from marble, the way Jo's eyes hold all the stories she's thinking about writing, the way Marmee sits like a queen whose kingdom happens to be a modest parlour filled with daughters who adore her." Her sketch took shape with remarkable speed and accuracy, each line serving multiple purposes as she worked to capture not just physical likenesses, but the emotional atmosphere that made their arrangement around the dying fire feel significant rather than merely decorative. Amy's artistic eye had learned to see beyond surface appearances to the essential qualities that made scenes worth preserving, and tonight her pencil seemed guided by understanding that went deeper than technical skill alone could provide. As she worked, Amy found herself thinking about all the great artists who had painted family scenes throughout history, wondering whether they had felt the same combination of love and urgency that now drove her own efforts to preserve this particular moment against time's inevitable erosions. Her sketch would never hang in galleries or win academic prizes, but it would serve a purpose that perhaps mattered more, keeping alive the visual memory of how love looked when it had been given perfect conditions to express itself fully. Each sister took her own private moment by the dying fire, understanding without discussion that such endings required individual as well as collective acknowledgement. These were not dramatic farewells, but gentle transitions, opportunities to let the evening's gifts settle fully into memory before releasing them to whatever transformation sleep might bring. Meg stood for a long moment before the hearth, her hands extended toward the warming coals as if trying to absorb not just physical heat, but some essence of the contentment and security their gathering had created. Her thoughts moved between gratitude for the present moment and anticipation of the future challenges and opportunities that awaited her growing independence. The evening had given her not just family support for her dreams, but also a deeper understanding of how individual growth could enhance, rather than threaten the bonds that had nurtured that growth in the first place. Beth's private communion with the dying fire carried the particular quality of someone who understood intuitively how to store up happiness against future times of difficulty or loneliness. Her gentle nature made her especially sensitive to the precious quality of perfect moments, and she seemed to be deliberately committing every detail to memory. The exact shade of amber light cast by the coals, the particular arrangement of shadows across familiar furniture, the lingering scent of chocolate and ginger cookies that marked Hannah's contribution to their evening's comfort. Joe's solitary moment by the fire sparked with the writer's instinctive desire to transform experience into language, to find words that might preserve not just what had happened, but how it had felt to be part of something approaching perfection. Yet tonight her usual urgency to capture inspiration in ink felt tempered by appreciation for experience that might be diminished, rather than enhanced by immediate translation into story form. Some treasures required time to settle before they could be safely handled by imagination and craft. Amy's artistic perspective led her to consider the visual elements that had contributed to their evening's particular magic. The way candlelight had transformed familiar faces into something approaching portraiture, the manner in which a winter storm had provided dramatic backdrop without creating actual danger, the careful arrangement of books and sewing that had created domestic tableau worthy of Dutch masters' attention. Her final sketch captured not just physical details, but the emotional atmosphere that had made their simple parlour feel like the centre of the universe for these precious hours. Marmie's benediction, when it came, carried the weight of someone who had learned through experience how to recognise and celebrate the moments that would sustain family bonds through whatever challenges the future might present. Her words seemed to emerge from the fire itself, warm with understanding and bright with hope for the days and years that would follow this perfect evening. "Such nights as this," she said gently, her voice barely louder than the coals whispered settling, "create the foundation upon which lifetime love is built. Not the dramatic moments that novels celebrate, not the grand gestures that mark special occasions, but the quiet perfection of simply being together with hearts open to understanding and hands ready to support whatever dreams each person dares to share." Her observation helped them recognise that they had not just enjoyed pleasant family time, but had actually participated in the kind of experience that shapes character and creates memory capable of providing comfort during future difficulties. The habits of heart they had practiced tonight, honest sharing, generous listening, gentle criticism balanced by unconditional support, would serve them well as individual challenges required them to draw upon reserves of love and security that such evenings helped build and maintain. "The love you have shared tonight will light many mornings to come," Marmee continued, her words taking on the particular authority that marked her most important maternal wisdom. "When individual paths lead you in different directions, when external circumstances challenge your confidence or test your resolve, you will be able to return in memory to this evening and remember what it feels like to be completely known and completely loved by people who understand your deepest dreams and support your highest aspirations. As if summoned by her mention of morning's approach, the first hint of dawn began to touch the eastern windows, with light so pale it seemed more like hope than actual illumination. The subtle shift in the quality of darkness outside their windows suggested that their night of perfect communion was indeed drawing toward its natural close, that the rhythm of daily life would soon reclaim them from the suspended time they had inhabited since the first snowflakes began to fall. Yet dawn's approach felt less like ending than like promise, less like loss than like transformation. The light that crept across their snow-covered windowsills carried with it assurance that the love they had shared during darkness would not disappear with daylight's return, but would simply find new expressions, new opportunities to support and encourage and celebrate the individual journeys that each sister would pursue with family blessing and support. The final preparations for bed proceeded with movements that seemed choreographed by love itself, each small task performed with the kind of attention usually reserved for sacred rituals. Candles were extinguished with careful breath, their flames disappearing but their warmth lingering in the wax and memory. Chairs were arranged for morning's convenience with the same care that had arranged them for evening's comfort. Books found their proper places on shelves that would hold them safely until next evening's reading might summon them back into service. Amy finished her sketch with a few final strokes that seemed to add not just detail, but blessing to her preservation of their evening's visual beauty. The completed drawing showed 4 young women and their mother arranged around a dying fire, their faces reflecting not just physical appearance, but the spiritual qualities that had made their gathering something approaching a sacred experience. Her artistic eye had captured what posed photographs could never record, the visible evidence of love freely given and gratefully received among people who had learned to see each other clearly and choose each other constantly. As they finally began their reluctant migration towards stairs and bedrooms, each sister paused for one final look at the parlour that had contained their perfect evening. The room seemed to glow with more than just dying embers, as if the love they had shared had somehow become part of its permanent atmosphere. A warmth that would welcome them back whenever future evenings required the particular comfort that only family harmony could provide. Jo, whose writer's instincts made her naturally suited to serve as a witness and recorder, was the last to leave the parlour. She stood for a long moment, taking in every detail of the scene their evening had created. The arrangement of furniture that had served as throne and writing desk and music stand, the books that had provided entertainment and wisdom, the sewing basket that had enabled Meg's quiet industry, the piano that had given Beth's gentle spirit voice and song. The dying embers cast their ruby glow across surfaces made precious not by material value, but by their role in containing love's expression. The windows, still traced with frost but now revealing the clean beauty of snow-covered garden and town, reminded Jo that their evening's transformation had paralleled winter's larger work of renewal and cleansing. Both processes, family bonding and seasonal change, required patience, attention, and faith in the power of gradual accumulation to create results more beautiful than any dramatic intervention could achieve. As Jo finally turned away from the fire's dying warmth and followed her family towards sleep and dreams, she carried with her not just memory, but understanding. The evening they were concluding had achieved its perfection, not through any single dramatic event, but through the accumulated effect of countless small acts of love and attention. Father's letter had provided surprise and inspiration. Their reading had offered intellectual pleasure. Their sharing of dreams had created intimacy and mutual support. But the real magic had come from their willingness to give each element of their time together the kind of complete attention that transformed ordinary experience into treasure, worthy of lifetime preservation. The stairs carried her towards sleep that would be both ending and beginning, toward dreams that would process the evening's gifts into permanent memory, toward morning that would require returning to individual responsibilities and concerns, but would find her strengthened by the renewed understanding of what family love could accomplish when given proper time and space to flourish. Behind her, the parlour settled into peaceful darkness, its mission completed, its blessing given. its promise of future gatherings implicit in every shadow and every familiar shape that would wait patiently for the next evening when snow might fall and hearts might open to the quiet miracle of simply being together. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off in the quiet streets of Paris, beneath the glowing skyline of Singapore, the candlelit stillness of Istanbul, or the breeze-kissed coast of Sydney? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence hold you. Let your dreams wander. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.